Hey everybody, we're about to start the 2024 Showdown in the Foothills Sheep Show. Today our judge is going to be Mike Harbour. He's been an accomplished show lamb and show goat producer for over 30 years. He lives in Central Texas, and we're just going to welcome him to be judging our sheep show today. We're going to be starting with our Senior Plus showman, so please head towards the ring.
Excellent job on our Senior Plus showman. We'll see her back out for the overall. She did a great job getting this sheep presented.
Our champion for the Senior Plus showmanship is going to be Lauren Hayes. Congratulations.
Well, it's great to get the sheep show started. Again, just like we have another microphone by chance. This one keeps cutting out on me. Listen, 1, 2. There we go. Okay. Um, it's great to get the sheep show started. Just like it, we're gonna work through our showmanship, and to me, I think we had 3 showmen that surfaced really quickly in this group, and it boils, in showmanship. If we're still getting it, just experience and time and all the little nuances of showmanship and like bringing these out. Hopefully, y'all on the back row kind of paid attention to what they're doing and how they're getting things set up and body position, ring presence. Moving these sheep around the ring. In showmanship, it's very subjective, and it just boils down to one guy's opinion and the way they like sheep showed. I think we've got a clear winner, and I think it's really close. But between 2 more for our reserve champion, the one we're using for reserve, just had a little easier time of getting their lamb stopped, set up, and parked, and just made things look acceptable a little bit quicker. And in showmanship, for me, it's always who can make the sheep best. And it doesn't matter how flashy you are. If you don't get that lamb set up, don't get them squared up, don't ever give the judge a bad look. I mean, that's the whole goal of it, and presenting that guy the best you can. But a really outstanding group here as seniors. A lot of the same things we do in sheep, we did in goat showmanship, just a different species. So let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll go name the champion reserve in our senior division.
Your champion senior showman is going to be Darcy Boucher. Your reserve is going to be Anna McCauley. And third place is going to be Addie Dillon.
We got two heats in this respective age group. We'll pull out a couple exhibitors. Again, all you exhibitors kind of, when you come in, you want to get these lambs set up, squared up, and try to do it as effortlessly and as quick as you can, and get them on their corners the way they need to be. I think we got a couple out here that surface pretty easily, and we'll give them a nice round of applause for all their efforts and name our two that come back for the final heat of this division.
Returning for the final drive is going to be Emery Starnes and Olivia Sainer.
All right, in this heat, I think we're going to keep a few more than we have been. We'll probably, these four right here, we'll bring y'all back in for the finals. But really good set of intermediate or seniors. What are we? Intermediate exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll have our final round here. really outstanding set of intermediates. I think you get them all out here, and as far as the basics and the groundwork and where we start in showmanship, all these exhibitors got it down. You know, their body positions are a little bit different, their styles are a little bit different, and their sheep are acting a little bit different. But you come out here, I think all 6 of these are very high quality showmen. Boils down to personal preference and the style that I like, and you know, like we mentioned in the goat showmanship, it's all about walking them right. It's all about presenting them right and making sure that these guys look the part every time, having those legs square, not too stretched out, but stretched out enough, and being on the corners and bringing everything together as quickly as we can. But be fluid, be smooth, present them right, head position right, make sure they're driving when the judge touches them. It all has to come together, and everybody's got a little bit different style out here. I think the young lady on the end right here does a phenomenal job. She lets her lamb get a little overstretched at times. That's a big sheep. We get him out on his corners just a little bit too far, and he just kind of looks a little bigger than maybe ideal in terms of muscle in relation to frame. We'd kind of like to bunch him up just a notch. The young lady with the Southdown does a phenomenal job. She's super steady. It's like every time it's the same deal. Doing a great job out here. I just really good, solid job. The young man with the blue sheep right here in the middle, he did a great job in the goat show. He's out here in the sheep trying to beat these girls, and that's a tough gig right there. He wants to fight his lamb just a little bit, and everything ain't flowing right, but he's out here for a reason because he's super solid. Got some of those it factors that are hard to teach, and I really think he's got a bright future ahead of him. The young lady coming in next, really solid exhibitor. I think she won her goat showmanship and comes out here, doesn't disappoint you in the sheep, just does everything right, and those kind of showmen just, they stamp it every time. The young lady lined up there in the second hole, big sheep, sometimes like for you to get his front end extended up more. He wants to kind of suck his neck down. There you go. Just kind of elevate that. And what you did right there, all you did was lift up on that neck and tilt that ear up just a notch. If you've got a sheep that's a little down fronted, a little short necked, if you cock that ear on an upward angle instead of letting it hang, that just stretches everything so much. And it's those light, subtle things that really make a good exhibitor an exceptional exhibitor. Young lady on the end down there, I think she's done a phenomenal job. She gets them parked, gets them set up. That lamb's working to her to the nines. I mean, just everything is clicking for her out here in this sheep showmanship, just killing it today. Really good set of exhibitors. We'll go out and name our champion in reserve. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Your champion intermediate showman is going to be Olivia Sanner, and the reserve grand champion intermediate showman is going to be Elizabeth Sanner. Just as a reminder, any Grand and Reserve champions from the past classes need to return after the Pee Wee showmanship to come back in and get the Supreme Champion Land Showman.
All right, we'll keep a couple in this particular heat to come back in for the finals, but really good set. I want you guys to, if you don't make it to the finals, to watch the finals and try to pick up some tips from these other on how they're standing, how they're holding their sheep, when they're bracing them, kind of where their body is from their waist down, because we show sheep primarily from our waist down, okay? And it's very important that we get our legs and our feet in the right spots so those sheep can respond in the proper manner. But a really good set. We'll pick two that come back in the heat.
Returning for the championship drive in the junior showmanship is going to be Alyssa Kopp and Avery Deacon.
All right, another good group of juniors. Excellent showmen out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll go name our two finalists.
Turning for the championship drive in the junior showmanship is going to be Whitney Kopp and Luke Keener. Champion Show Supply will be closing at 6 p.m. tonight, and they will not be returning tomorrow, so make sure you stop by.
Great set of junior exhibitors here. You can see the quality that we're bringing out here in this top end of this division. Just showmen that know what they're doing. Their body position's right. They hustle. They're aggressive, yet not too fast. When they stop, they get them squared up. They're looking at feet and legs. They know what they're doing. I think we've got a lot of experience out here for this young age, and I think we got one that kind of is a little head and shoulders above the rest in terms of getting one propped up and presented pretty quick. The Lamb's working extremely good for him, and a little tighter on the reserve, but my mind's pretty clear on what we're going to do. Let's give him a big round of applause for being extremely good showman and putting in the time and effort to make it happen, and we'll go name our champions.
Your grand champion junior showman is going to be Avery Deacon, And your reserve is going to be Luke Keener. Please make sure that if you got Grand or Reserve, you'll come back to the ring after the Pee Wee Showmanship to compete for overall Grand Champion Showman.
All right, well, let's give these juniors a big round of applause for coming out here and showing us our skills, right? They've done an excellent job. You know, showmanship, it all starts, the earlier you start, the better you get. And the more times you go in the ring, the better off you're going to be. I remember those days of coming out in Pee Wee and we just show and show and show. And the longer we got and the more rings we went into, the better we got. And I think the fundamentals are good in this set. There's one probably has a little more ring experience than the rest of them, but we'll name our champion reserve, and the third is definitely very well represented as well. So we'll give him one more round of applause. We'll go name our champion.
Your grand champion novice showman is going to be Heston Meadows, and your reserve is going to be Maddie Young. Congratulations.
Well, really good group here. There's only three of them, but man, they could use some competition because they're doing an awesome job with their sheep. I want to commend them on the basics. You got it down. You're getting that sheep's head up. You're in front of them. You're driving with your hips and using your legs in the right spot. a great set here. We'll pick our champion reserve to come back in the finals, but give them a big round of applause for great effort.
Your grand champion, Pee Wee Showman, is going to be Sawyer Hemmelwright, and your reserve is going to be Sawyer Flippin.
an excellent final drive here. I think we've got some exhibitors that can compete on any level. Raising my boys, we were fortunate enough to go to Louisville and compete in the showmanship contest there at the North American, and to me that was probably as tough and as good as it got. And you compete against kids from all over the country. My youngest was fortunate enough to win his division a couple times and reserve a few times, and you're showing against 60, 70 in a class and 250 in a division, and showmanship at our house was taken extremely serious, because if you don't get one showed, you're going to get beat, and we don't go to get beat, we go to win. And so putting yourself in position to win a class or win a breed or win an overall, if you don't get them showed, somebody's going to. And I think our top four out here just spot on. There's things you could tweak about each one of them, and things that not everybody's perfect. I hadn't seen the perfect exhibitor, but I've seen a lot of really good ones. And I think these four up here fit right up in there with the crew you'll see at Denver or Louisville, or go to Texas Major in that final drive, and just got the basics and the fundamentals right, your body positions right, and intensity, and just making sure we get that lamb squared up. And you do it with as few steps as possible. The young lady in the red shirt, I saw her, she moved one back leg, got into him, drove him, bounced him, and was done. And you move one to match the other. We drive and we set, and that's exactly what I preach at home. I'm like, do not touch both back legs. That right there just reminded me of all the sessions at our house. We had plenty of good times and plenty of fight times at our house. The big mirror in the barn saved a lot of arguments, and man, it won us a lot of banners and a lot of championships. So I think all these exhibitors are excellent. They do a great job, and you can sort them however you want to. I wouldn't argue with you a bit if you thought this one should have won and that one should have won, but I think today in this ring, for me, there's one that kind of just raised the bar. Just did it effortlessly, and when she did, she got it stuck and square, and her sheep always look good. So let's give them a big round of applause for this championship round. We'll go name our champion.
The grand champion overall is going to be Darcy Boucher, and the reserve is going to be Elizabeth Sanner.
All right, this first class, I explained to each one of them kind of where I'm thinking and what I'm thinking about, and I told them with a little more feed, a little more time, we get some weight on some of these sheep. This will definitely shake out a lot different here in a month or two. But the young lady's lamb we're going to start with, to me, he's got some condition today. He's got some top shape in him. You handle him. Ideally, we'd like to make him a little fuller, drop that rear flank some. I think some of that has to do with him just being banded and he's a little sore, and we got a lot of healing to do, but just keep feeding these sheep. This class has a bright future. The young lady's cross lamb, I think probably the most ready today in terms of condition. Just one of the fatter sheep in here. She's got some top shape to her. She's got some muscle to her. We'll just keep feeding on these sheep and see how they progress out. We got the Southdown rolling here in third. Again, another one of those that's got a little more condition on him today compared to some, and we're just going to move him there into the third hole. We've got three really green sheep here towards the bottom. We'll go ahead and move them on out. And I think I told them, I said, you give them 2 months, put about 10, 20 pounds on these sheep, and I think the class will shake out a lot different. But a really good class to start the show off with. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class 1 of market lambs. In first place, we have Addison Maxwell. Second is going to be Harper Keener. Third is going to be Maddie Young. Please come back. The top two in Class 1 as well as the top two in Class 2 after Class 2 is done for the lightweight division.
All right, a good class 2 here. When we study these, I think the Dorset Lamb, when it comes in, kind of wins this class pretty handily. A big back in this one, super wide pin, big square hip in it. This one's built pretty good. I really like this Dorset, and I think moves to the top pretty easily. And I think we follow it with one that touches extremely well here in second, the Blackface Ewe Lamb. She's got a great top in her. We get back in her hips. She's not quite as square built as the White-Faced Lamb. Isn't quite as wide pin, but I think this one's got a tremendous upside to her. The more she matures and the thicker she gets, she's going to be more competitive. I think the young lady spec here in third place, this guy or this gal, probably more correct in her condition than any sheep out here in terms of just having some bloom on her. You like her muscle, her thickness, but when we compare them to the two ahead of her, doesn't quite have that hip shape and that squareness. Little Blue Lamb, I think, is going to get better in time. This guy's pulled apart. He's got the right shapes and the right pieces. He's just got to catch up in terms of bloom and fat cover. Really big upper hip in that guy, and I think he's going to be pretty good down the road. We got some other lambs on it throughout the class here that just need time. They just need a little bit more feed and gain some bloom and some fat cover. That'll help them widen up, thicken up, and be good, better sheep down the road. But a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
First place for your Class 2 Market Lamb is going to go to Sedona Sifford. Second place is going to be Aubrey Carty, and third is going to be Riley Keener. First and second place, please return for the lightweight class.
All right, a good lightweight division here as we study these sheep out here. They're sheep with muscle and got some condition on them. I think there's one that kind of is head and shoulders better than the rest, in my opinion. The young lady with the Dorset, that was going to be your champion in the light division. Go ahead and roll the second up there. All right, and when we comes down to it, we'll just follow that sheep with the second place in that class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for an excellent lightweight division. Thank you.
Your grand champion for the lightweight division is going to be Sedona Sifford, and your reserve is going to be Aubrey Carty.
Really good class. This is probably one of the more competitive classes we've seen today, as being very high quality. And I was speaking with these exhibitors, telling them why and kind of my analogy on this class. But the one that wins the class, I think, does pretty handily. This sheep's built extremely well. She's not the thickest and not the most massive out here, but I think she's the best built one. Extremely level and square in her top line. Super wide pin, very, very, very expressive. I think this one, you put 10 pounds of bloom on this one, and man, she's going to explode. I love her underline. She's shallow chested. She's got some flank and belly in her. Just squares up extremely nice, and the young man, those two fit together extremely well. It's kind of harmony right there in one package, and she shows good, he shows her good, and she looks good, and that sheep, I think, wins pretty easily. A little more complicated here in the next 3 or 4 sheep, but I think the one that we're going to use in third or second, I think, is one that over time this sheep learns to show, learns to relax in the ring. I think things are going to come together a lot better for our exhibitor. This one, I love her underline. Like, if you study this lamb and kind of in today's trend as far as being shallow chested and get deeper as we go back, if we look at her belly underneath, that's kind of the way you want one to look. We've got some rear flank in her. She's got some middle in her. She just wants to hump up and be high in her loin, but this gal handles extremely impressive. She's got a big rack and loin in her, big upper hip. I think one that has got a great future when she learns to show, learns to relax. Everything will come together. We drop that top, and that one's going to be pretty deadly down the road. The young lady's lamb in third, another one that falls in here. I think these are three super high quality sheep, and we study her. I love her front third as well. She's not quite as freaky shallow, but this gal has big center rib. Like, she is just so round, super in that front end of that sheep. Big rack, big loin. She gets back there, she's kind of got that little ugly tail head sticking out, and that kind of takes away from her hip shape to me, and just being square and wide pinned and very square and level hipped. But man, you study this gal. She has a lot of good pieces. Young lady gets her set up, propped up extremely well, and I think that's a good sheep now and later down the road. We've got the next one coming out. I think this one just kind of fell in the wrong class. We get this sheep in the last class, and she's going to fit right up there in the top 2 easily. I think this sheep's better days are ahead of him. Get some bloom on him, get him in a class where he kind of matches sheep his own size. He's given up a bunch out here, and just in terms of overall mass volume, just more sheep beat her today, but I think this one's pretty good. I think he's got a great future. Just keep rolling, and hopefully we can hit a weight break right, and then that lamb's going to win a class, if not a division. But a really stout set, probably the tightest and highest quality set we've seen all day as far as sheep and goats, and have this many this good in this class, that makes it fun to judge. But a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
First place for your Class 3 market lambs is going to be Luke Keener. Second place is going to be Ellie Hensley. And third is going to be Lauren Hayes. Congratulations.
Boy, another good, highly competitive class. Lots of depth out here, top to bottom. I think these top four sheep, you can juggle them around if you want to. I wouldn't argue with you a bit. I think this one here kind of hit me when he first come in the ring, and we've just kept him up here. Profile, his silhouette, I think is pretty impressive. This guy is very level, very square. I like his underline. I like a lot about him. Ideally, I'd like to add maybe just a notch more power from front to rear. But you really study this guy. He moves extremely well. His shallow chest compared to his flank, I think the ratio of everything just fits together pretty nicely. This sheep here in second, one that maybe has a notch more just expression and touch. When we get back and study him, he's showing me a little more chest floor right there as he kind of drops down just a touch, a little higher in his flank if we could get that underline just a notch more in proportion. But I think this guy, you know, all these sheep here in this class, I think they're just going to get better the further down the road we get, and it's a lot of little minor details that kind of sort him out. But big upper hip, big top, we really like the way this guy looks, and he's going to land here in second. The third place sheep, one that I had first. I've had him third. I had him kind of all over the board here in the top three. One that, just go ahead and roll him on out here. Just super impressive sheep. This young man gets him showed extremely well. Big back, big upper hip. He wants to get a little down fronted at times when we get him on the move, and we might work on just like cranking that guy up in the front, and that'll help elevate that chest floor. One thing I'd like to do on him is just get him a little more lower stifle. You know, if we could drop some lower leg in that guy, I think that would make everything look a notch more proportional. Right here in fourth, we kind of changed gears on style and look on this sheep. This guy's got lots of product. He's big top, big loin, big hip, big butt. You study him from the side, and he's just deeper chested. He just built a little rounder in his overall appearance. Just built differently compared to those top three out here, but very high quality sheep as well. We've got some lambs on down through the class that aren't quite as expressive. Maybe not today's not their day, but a really good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for all the efforts out here.
First in the Class 4 Market Lamb is going to be Olivia Sainer. Second is going to be Darcy Boucher. Third is going to be Heston Meadows. And fourth is going to be Emery Starnes. If the first and second of the last couple midweight would please come back to compete for the midweight division.
This middle division, I think it shakes out pretty nicely. You get these four sheep out here, very high quality lambs, very good in their respective classes. I think there's one that kind of daylights everything in terms of the way she's built. Very modern sheep, super shallow, great underline, monster big hipped. Down low and up high and in the middle, and you just put your hands on her, and she is just impressive as heck. I think we get a few pounds on her, and she's going to win some shows down the road. But a good class. I think the class winner, the blue sheep that won the second one, is another one that I think is definitely deserving out here in our champion drive. We'll give them a nice round of applause. We'll go shake their hands.
Our grand champion for the medium weight division is going to be Olivia Sainer, and reserve is going to be Luke Keener.
A really good class. 4 high-quality sheep. I think they're all very different when you look at them and study their build. We're going to go with the blue lamb, a little more elevated, super shallow, good underline. This guy's built extremely well. Got enough power in relation to his frame. He's not the thickest one out here, but I think he's built the best, and we're going to use this one to win the class. The young lady's stout sheep in second. You've got to appreciate the amount of power that this lamb possesses. He's giving her a tough time today. Doesn't quite balance as well from the profile. When there's times, well, right now, she's starting to get him stuck, and now he's kind of coming together. Ideally, I'd probably clean him up a notch in that chest floor and up through that front end, kind of extend him out as far as that length of neck. You got to appreciate the power that this guy has, just overall width, dimension, bone, stoutness that he's got. We just like to extend him out in his front end just a notch. The next lamb coming out here maybe got a little dehydrated today, wrinkling up just a notch. But you look at him, and he's a little rougher in his makeup, one that we just like to smooth out just a notch from front to rear, kind of freshen him up down his top line. The lamb in fourth is another one that's bold and powerful and thick. We get him on the profile. He doesn't quite stack up in terms of eye appeal, style, kind of elevation in that front end. We like to tuck him up. I think he's going to get better down the road, but a good class. Let's give him a nice round of applause for this first set of heavyweights.
First place for your Class 5 market lamb is going to be Addie Dillon, and second place is going to be Avery Deacon. Third place, Luke Keener, and fourth is going to be Charlotte Payne.
I think a really highly competitive pair here in the top of the class. Young lady just presents this lamb extremely well. She gets him on his corners. You study him, he's super eye appealing, elevated. He's packed full of power. Just a lamb that comes together and I think wins the class pretty handily. The one in second maybe a notch wider built, maybe a notch bigger hipped and just constructed just a little bit more rugged from front to rear. You study him, he's a little rougher in his appearance. We got a notch more shoulder point. Doesn't quite tie into that hip loin quite as well as the one that beats him in class. But I think this guy down the road, you kind of smooth him up and get him in show shape. I think he's going to stay very, very competitive and be towards the upper end of the class. Our next sheep coming out here, you really like the touch of that one. Very correct in his condition, a lamb that when we get him on the side isn't quite as eye appealing, isn't as square built in terms of his overall muscle pattern and his skeletal development, but this guy thinks she's got him pretty well right in terms of condition and touch today. The young man's lamb coming in fourth. This sheep right here, just a little softer to the touch. Some of that might have to do with the extra pelt that he's got on him. But once he gets this guy showing, I think we're going to move up. You know, he's got a great underline. He's pretty shallow built. He's got a big hip in him, but all he's wanting to do is do circles and kind of fight him today, so it's tough to get a true evaluation of this sheep. But I think he's got a great future. We get him showing, get everybody kind of to relax and square up in the ring. Really nice out down here. Just wound up in a tough class, and it's tough to do and to get around those black-faced sheep, but I like the design of this lamb. I think he profiles extremely well. One, we'd like to make him a notch square in that upper hip and just widen him up in his pin set, but a really good south down. Let's give him a nice round of applause for an excellent set of sheep.
For Class 6 Market Lambs, your first place was Avery Deacon, your second place was Seeley Bloodstone, and your third place was Sedona Shuford. Congratulations. We need all first and second places from our heavyweight division to come in the makeup area for our heavyweight division drive. We will also need all grand and reserve champion winners of all the divisions for our overall champion market lamb drive. After the the heavyweight division drive.
A really challenging class here. I apologize for taking a little more time, but you study these sheep and you really, one that's that dark is definitely hard to see. I think these two definitely work their way to the top pretty handily, and we look at these individually. Um, Super powerful pair here, just lots of power. I really like the center cage, center rib, dimension, the one that wins the class. Just a little stouter featured. You look at her forearm, just foot size, and take away the leg wool. She's definitely got more of that, but we actually look at the bone work and the stoutness of feature in this one. I think she just gets a little more rugged, and both these sheep are very comparable in overall total volume of muscling and mass and everything. I really appreciate the shallowness and the rack shape in the black sheep. This gal is pretty hard to analyze. You step back and everything kind of blends together to me. But we get up close to this one and really study her for what she brings to the table. This one's got a ton of muscle, really big racked. One that's got a big upper hip in her. Ideally, I'd like for her to tie a little better in her hip loin. Just be a little more rugged in her bone work. Just make her bigger footed. But I think two heavyweights that pair up extremely nice. If you want to go with the black one, then that's fine. I don't argue whatsoever. Just a really ripped up, good built one. I think in the next three, we got three totally different sheep. We're going to go with the stouter, thicker made one here in third. Isn't quite as a pretty package as the two that beat her, but this guy's definitely got plenty of power and thickness. We got one in fourth that a larger frame lamb that definitely's got some muscle, some width, dimension. Isn't quite as square made. When you look at this sheep down his top and in that upper hip, he kind of rolls off and isn't quite as square, isn't quite as attractive up through that center part of his front end and just underneath. We've got a sheep here, I think, in fifth that's got a great future. Just wound up in a classic. He's getting outweighed by 10 or 15 pounds and just giving up more mass and total volume. Good class. Let's give him a nice round of applause. We'll move into our division drive.
Our Class 7 winner is Olivia Sainer, and our second place winner for Class 7 is Sedona Sifford. We will need all first and second places to come back to the ring after Class 8 for the heavyweight division.
All right, in this last class of heavyweights, we're going to go with the young man sheep here, just a notch more powerful from front to rear. Big rugged sheep, big-footed, big bone, really stout one. Appreciate the size and scale. The one in second, we just like to blow her apart just a notch more. Give her a little more muscle down that top line, but a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Your first place for Class 8 is going to be Sawyer Flippin, and second is going to be Addison Maxwell. We will need all grand and reserve champions from all divisions to return to the show ring for our overall champion Market Lamb Drive.
Like we get in this heavyweight market lamb drive. Look at these top four that won their classes. I think we got a lot of variation in these, and you study them individually for what they're bringing out. The one that won the first class, super shallow, really modern in his appearance. I wish he was a notch bloomier today. We'd tie in a little bit better in that hip loin. But I think one that's got a great future. The one that won the second class is super smooth. You really like this guy from front to rear. Balances up extremely nice, and one that's just kind of flawless today in terms of just putting everything together and just being a good complete sheep. The one that won the third class, one that's probably just a notch bigger ribbed and bigger and stouter featured, and just, you know, one that to me just got more product than the class 2 winner. But I think when we study this guy, the back third of his body, she didn't quite balance up. She's a little bolder fronted than she is back there in the rear, and I kind of wish we'd have a little more flair in that center stifle, balance things up a little bit better. Even if we could get a notch more elevation in that chest floor, I think that'd help her case just a notch more. We got a big, stout heavyweight that won the last class, just a super powerful sheep. But to me, I think it boils down to 2 sheep in this drive, and you study them and, you know, kind of find the one that fits everything together in the neatest package. And we'll go out here and name our champion reserve. But a good lineup out here. If y'all would put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors.
For your heavyweight division, your grand champion is going to be Avery Deacon, and your reserve is going to be Olivia Sainer. Congratulations, ladies. Right after the championship drive, we would just like to let everyone know that we're going to be heading right into the U class with no break. We are actually going to be having a 10-minute picture break after the market show for all the division champions and the overall champions.
I think when we look at our three divisions out here, you analyze these sheep. The young lady's Dorset that won the lights, just a really good Dorset lamb. Ideally, we'd like to drop his flank some and just kind of fill him up. He's a little high flanked and one gutted right now, but I'm really impressed with the hip shape and how square he is and wide pinned he is. A lot of Dorsets don't ever get that way, and that guy's built pretty neat. I think the one that wins the second division, this sheep is pretty impeccable. This one hits you hard when you first see her. I think you get her out here in this drive, and she just, to me, just kind of elevates herself today. Just a really great built one. I'd love to see this sheep about 4 or 5 months down the road when she's bloomed up and come to herself, because this one's incredibly well built. The sheep that won the heavy division, you know, we discussed that division. It was a little challenging because we had so many types and kinds, and just not really one that just jumped out at you. And we landed on this one as far as being just super complete. You look at this sheep, it's further along than most of them out here in terms of condition and where he's at. As far as his maturity pattern, and you really like his completeness. I think we get into the reserves, and the blue lamb kind of sticks out to me as far as in the reserve lineup. You look at this sheep and just really well built. I think a notch shallower than a few out here. And as far as that chest floor goes, ideally we'd like to just make this one a little fatter, give him a notch more rear flank, and I think it becomes a lot closer in that respective division. But just a really cool built one as well. We'll go study these one more time, then I'll shake the hands of our Grand Reserve Market lambs. Just a really good lamb show. I appreciate the invitation to come to North Carolina. I've never been here. I've been to this state and traveled all around and just kind of missed this one. And just, you know, I was telling folks when we were eating a little bit of lunch that I was very impressed with the quality, and you kind of travel east, and in some states the quality's not here, the showmanship's not here, but I think North Carolina today, y'all represented yourselves extremely well. Definitely in the goat show, the sheep show, out here in these competitive, tough showmanship classes. Super impressed. I want to commend all you exhibitors, the parents, everybody involved. The show's run super smooth. We still got a breeding sheep show to go, but anyway, again, I appreciate the opportunity to come and to evaluate your kids' projects. Super impressive show so far, and we'll go name our champion reserve. Thank you.
Grand and Reserve, please head with Melanie to the backdrop to take a few pictures.
Nice job, Anna.
Well, good class to start the U show off with, the breeding show. Um, got a nice set of lightweights here. Study this class winner. We're just going to leave them lined up like they are. The young lady spec sheep, just one that's extremely well built. You look at her as far as her levelness in her top line, one that just balances out extremely nice, very sound, very well built. The little black face sheep in second. One today isn't quite as bloomy, isn't quite as ready, but you really like her as far as her levelness down her top, one that I think's got a tremendous future ahead of her. The Dorset here in third is one that's just a notch skinny today, but we really look at this sheep as far as her squareness. I think she's got a great future. We just got to bloom her up and just make her a notch bloomier. The next Katahdin here in fourth place. Really appreciate the depth and the volume in the rib of this sheep. She's got a lot to her. You handler, she's given up some in terms of muscle, especially back there through that center leg and stuff, but a really nice Katahdin as well. Good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Our first place winner for Class 1 ewe lambs is going to be Elizabeth Sainer. Second place is going to be Ella Kate Hill. Third is going to be Olive Grace Hill. And fourth is Maddie Young.
All right, in this second class of ewe lambs, we step up just a few pounds and we study these gals. And the one with the class, I think, does pretty handily. Just one that's a notch further along as far as bloom and just condition today. You really like how level she is down her top line. She's out on her corners. She's got some width underneath, width in that chest floor, and one that I think wins pretty handily. A little tighter race right here in second and third. We're going to go with the ewe lamb that's a notch leveler in her top line today. She kind of squares up. When she gets her stuck, she kind of squares up just a little bit better. The ewe in thirds may be a notch more powerful, just far as overall width and dimension. I just wish she'd hold her top line just a little square and truer today. She's a little nervous and kind of humps up, but I think this one's got a lot of potential. We get her to relax and just be more correct. Good class. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Our class winner is going to be Addison Maxwell. Second place is going to be Jolene Windsor, and third is Emery Starnes.
All right, we're going to leave this class lined up how they are right there. Just a really good competitive class all the way down. The young man's ewe lamb, just a phenomenal build to this one. Super green, but yet she's so correct in the way she's made. Her feet and legs, she puts everything together extremely nice. The ewe in second, Probably a little bloomier, a little better in her condition today. I really like the top shape in this gal, the center rib, the mass, the volume. Not quite as square in her hips. She wants to roll at her tail head just a notch. One that just kind of a little nervous today, and when she humps up and does all that, that kind of adds to the issue back there. But I think a really good high quality ewe lamb. The south down here in third, an excellent south down. Too bad she doesn't have her own class to show in with other downs, because this gal's built pretty good. She just lands in a class with some bigger, stouter sheep at this point. You like the quality of this gal. Very level in her top line, really well built, super hided, handles extremely well. I really like this sheep a lot. Just kind of got outsized out here in this respective class. We got a blue lamb here in fifth, one that to me today is just a notch greener. We give her time and she kind of lands in a class with sheep more her size. I think she's very competitive. Another sheep that's got a ton of potential here to wrap the class up with. I really like this sheep as far as the way she handles down her top and in her loin. We just need a little more lower power, maybe a notch fuller in her belly and her rear flank, but a ewe that's got a great future. Good class. Give them a nice round of applause.
For your Class 3 ewe lambs, first place is going to be Luke Keener, second Tommy Hensley, third Whitley Kopp, fourth Molly Sullivan, and fifth Lane Ledford.
All right, a good, really good competitive class here. We got a lot of give and take in these top three, and I think our more complete sheep today we're going to land on in first place. This blackface sheep just really propped up, extremely nice, shows extremely well. It's one that right now, like, presentation matters. You get to this stage late in the game of the show, and everything's drug out today, and she does a phenomenal job of getting this sheep presented. I think balances out extremely well. Big bone, rugged, stout, everything we've been talking about today, I think wrapped up in one package right there. The down appearing sheep here we're going to put in second. Level top, level hips. You really like the femininity, the extension. When we study this one, ideally I'd like to kind of maybe make her just a notch more shallow in that chest floor. I think the older she's going to get, maybe the more mature in that chest floor might drop in this gal just a bit. But, boy, there's times that you study this one, and I think she's very striking. Just not quite as powerful, not quite as ripped up as the one that beats her in class. The intriguing sheep's in third. That one, there's times I just love the way this sheep looks. She's shallow. She's great in her underline. She's a lamb that if she would just help her owner out today, it would have been great, because we can't really get a true read on how good this gal is when she's dancing in circles, but I really like the things about this sheep. I told her we get her calmed down and get her showing right. I think that one can take her to the backdrop several times, and just a really good built one, just not helping us out in terms of showmanship today. We got some sheep on down through the class. When you study them and get rid of the power out here, I think we got a lot of quality in these sheep. They just aren't quite as thick as they need to be to move up in the class, but a really good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for an excellent deep set of sheep.
Our first place winner for Class 4U's is going to be Anna McCauley. Second place is Callie Cardy. Third place is Ellie Hensley, and fourth place is Lauren Hayes.
Well, this is about the deepest set of livestock that we've judged all day, top to bottom. I know she's not happy with me being down at the end of the line in this class with that quality of sheep, but anyway, I think top to bottom, this is by far our highest quality set we've seen today. Uh, as as we study these sheep individually and just keep working and sorting them out. I think the young lady's ewe that wins just a really good, outstanding, high-quality sheep that's pretty flawless from front to rear. You study her, she's not quite as striking. She doesn't jump out you when she first comes in the ring, and I think some of that is due to having a little more wool on her today compared to the others. I think you shear her tight and get her kind of dolled up in terms of her hide and her pelt. I think that you really jumps out at you, and you get over the top of this one. Super impressive as far as her natural body width, her rib shape. Study her from this vantage point right here. You get totally on the profile, and you've really got to appreciate the way this one's put together. She gets deeper as she goes back from front to rear. She's not the freakiest shallow-made one we've seen today, but yet she's proportional. She's great in her underline. She's level in her top line, level in her hip. You get this gal on the move, and she moves out as free and as long-strided as any sheep we've seen today. Just one that you just really got to study, and you start really analyzing her for what she is, and I think she walks away with this very deep, very high-quality class pretty easily. The young man's blue sheep in second is one that at first I was like, boom, there she is. She comes out at you. She's very striking. He presents her extremely well. We start studying her when we get her next to this one that just left the ring, and she doesn't quite have as much overall power, width, dimension, total package. But that sheep, if we'd have showed her in the last class, she'd have smoked them easily. You study her, and you just really, really like her design. She handles extremely well. She's presented extremely well. Doesn't quite give us that rear flank that we're seeing in the sheep that beat him. I'm not saying that's what decided it, but you step back and you study this gal, and she's just a little shallower from front to rear. We'd like to add some body and volume to that. I think this one, the further along you feed this one, I think the better she's going to get. She's got a great future ahead of her. Just a lot of really cool pieces. The sheep here in third, like I had this one in first. I had this one down the line. You know, this one just kind of bounced around a little bit on me, and I think that last trip around the ring kind of cemented her spot here in third. I love her from right here. Like, we study this gal from right here. She's dead level. She's just a really good, eye-appealing breeding ewe type piece right here. Ideally, I'd like to make her tie in better in her hip loin. She's getting a little washed right there in the loin. But when we sent her in that circle the last time around the ring, she got really short-strided, really choppy-strided, and just everything kind of unraveled in terms of her trying to win the class. But I think this sheep, you kind of get her fattened up. We drop some flank in her, and if she can relax and stretch out and move a lot freer and easier around the ring, then that's a ewe that can win some ewe shows. A really high quality set all the way through in this class. Like I said, the quality runs deep. Don't be embarrassed by being down the line in this set of sheep. It was just somebody's got to be there, and it's just kind of the way it's stacked up and lined up. But a good class. Give them a nice round of applause for an excellent set of sheep.
First place for Class 5 ewe lambs is going to be Celie Bledsoe. Second place is Brantley Meadows. We would also like to let everyone know that after Class 7 is over, we will need all first place and second place in all classes to come back for the championship drive for breeding ewes.
I think in this respective class, we're going to leave them lined up kind of the way they're standing right here. The young ladies, you in the red shirt here, just a really high quality sheep that's put together extremely nice. I like her balance, her eye, her style. She just kind of puts everything together we've been talking about today in a nice, neat package. We've got a ewe in third that's, or excuse me, in second that maybe a little broodier sheep. We really appreciate her power and her overall width and dimension and mass. Isn't quite as square in the hip, isn't quite as wide in her pin set and wide up high, but a really good high quality sheep. The Dorset here, I'm a little nervous today and got a little separation anxiety I think happening, but a good high quality Dorset ewe. You like her size and elevation, her growth, and her skin. We just like to add a little more power to that one. But a good class. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place for Class 6 is going to be Darcy Boucher. Second is Mackenzie Odom. And third, Aubrey Cardy. Reminder that all first and second places for the all classes in the U Lambs need to start lining up for the championship drive.
All right, a really good competitive class. I think this wraps up our ULAM division. Super high quality one to win. Just really like everything about this sheep and the way she's built, her balance, her eye peel, her muscle. Just puts everything together pretty nicely. We've got the black ewe again coming out here. We judged that one not too long ago, and you study this one. There's a lot of things I like about this sheep. I told her, when she gets fatter and kind of fills in some of those voids, I think this sheep's going to be super competitive. Get a little shag and leg wool growing on this one. I think that's going to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and her feature. The one in third place, one that just kind of winds up with two high-quality ones ahead of her. We study this gal. You like her width, her dimension, her overall mass and volume in that front two-thirds of her body. We get back here from her hooks to pins to hocks, back there in her hip shapes. We just like to square her up, make her a notch fuller, wider, square back there in the construction of that hip, but a good high-quality sheep. We got another one here in fourth place. This sheep's just a really good high-quality sheep as well. We're just giving up some muscle size and volume in this class, maybe a notch more weight compared to the other ones. The young man's big sheep here in fifth, very good sheep as well. You like her rib shape, just her overall volume, mass, extension. You breed her to a buck that's got more hip shape and dimension. I think her lambs will be pretty good. But a good set of ewes. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a very good class.
First place for Class 7 was Elizabeth Sainer. Second place, Sedona Sifford. Please make sure that you are lining up all first and second place participants in all classes for the championship drive.
good set of ewe lambs out here, and you kind of, reshake some of these and come back in. A lot of these showed in the market show, and then we regroup, and a few hours later they're back in the ring. We get to resort them, and sometimes sheep change a little bit. It's been a hot day. Some have taken the heat a little bit better than others, and as you evaluate these as far as the breeding ewe goes, I think the high quality ones landed to the top, and we get out here in our champion drive and evaluate these gals for what they're bringing to the table in terms of a breeding ewe. I think, definitely I like a lot of muscle. I like natural body width and power and everything, and just we get to a breeding show and we got to have some broodiness and maybe some maternal features that we kind of skip over in the market show. And so there's some things out here that kind of shake up a little bit different today in the breeding show than they did earlier. I think we've got some really high quality sheep. It's early in the show season, I'm guessing, and so some of these are a little greener. Things will change here in a couple months. You get some fat cover on them, smooth some of these greener sheep up, and everybody grows, and some get better and some get worse, and so it'll be interesting to see how you guys do down the road. I'm really impressed with the quality that we've seen all day in both species, and just enjoyed evaluating these. So we'll go out and name our champion ewe lamb, and then we'll bring in the second one and try to pick a reserve. I think it's a little tighter in the top 3 or 4 right now than it was earlier. So we'll go name our champion, and then we'll move on.
Our grand champion for the ewe lamb show is going to be Darcy Boucher, and our reserve grand champion is Saley Bledsoe.
All right, in this first class of yearlings, two really high quality sheep right here. I think they represent their age group extremely well. We're going to go with the ewe that's maybe a notch square in her design, a little fuller and thicker from front to rear, especially back there. You get in her pin set and just her upper hip and her width and dimension. Both these sheep are very high quality. We're kind of splitting hairs here, trying to separate these two. I like how they pair up and match up. Two really good sheep. Let's give them a round of applause out here, kind of wrapping this show up. We appreciate their efforts.
First place for the first class of yearling ewes is going to be Olivia Sainer, and second is Addison Maxwell. After this class wraps up, we will have our champion yearling drive.
you'd say is tough right to the end. This last class here, I think if you put this in a judging contest scenario, I think we'd cut it about 2, 2, and 3. It'd be a very tough class to judge and evaluate in a judging contest, and I think we got 4 super good ones out here. The young man's you that wins, I think a little square to make up one that you just start studying her, and probably she's got the fewest things I change about her. I really like her power and her mass and volume, and you look at her out her hip and the way she's constructed and how she flexes on the move, and I think this gal, she puts everything together pretty nicely. Yeah, we might make her a notch longer fronted, just make her a little more extended up in that front end, but just a really good high quality ewe, and I think we follow her up with the one in second that very level, very square hip. She's level out her dock. She's great in her underline, super sound, super stout. This one maybe just a notch more attractive on the side, but really high quality ewe. The one in third, another good one. You study her, she's the biggest, stoutest featured ewe in the class. As we look at her at times, she doesn't quite balance as well as some of the others. Doesn't quite hold herself together as far as just that look and that eye appeal and that balance, but you got to appreciate just her feature and her stoutness, and I think extremely close between all of these, and if you want to shake them up a different way, I wouldn't argue with you a bit. The speckled face ewe here in fourth, big high volume ewe that's stout. She's high volume, she's round rib. When we get behind her, she's giving up some power and some muscle compared to the ones in front of her. She's definitely not light muscled by any means. She just wound up in a class that was extremely tough. But a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Excellent class to wrap up. The U show will go into our champion drive and then our overall.
For our second class of yearling ewes, in first place we have Sawyer Flippin, and in second, Anna Marie Overcash.
As we study this champion yearling drive, again, 4 high quality sheep out here, definitely some differences in the way they're built. I think they're all very good, very sound, got muscle, rib, all the stuff we talk about. I think the young lady's ewe right here just puts everything together a notch better, really up fronted, extended, super level, stout feature. It's got plenty of power. We use that one for champion, then we'll come in here with Mr. Sawyer's ewe for reserve. Just a really good sheep as well.
Our grand champion yearling ewe will be Olivia Sainer, and our reserve champion will be Sawyer Flippin.
it's been a great day. I appreciate this opportunity. I want to thank the show group that put this thing on, kept it rolling. Let's give them a nice round of applause for all their effort and everything they've done. It's pretty tough. We put on a lot of shows over the years, and it's kind of the thankless job where you're worn out when you're done, and trying to get donors and asking people for money and getting the facilities put together, and it takes a lot. And if y'all get a chance to thank these people, I definitely would do so. Good show. We're going to wrap the U show up here. I think this set exemplifies what we've seen today as far as quality and just the depth. And again, I've been impressed with what I've seen coming to North Carolina and judging for my first time. Hopefully some of y'all stick around tomorrow for our clinic. I think we'll offer a lot of great information and some new ideas you can take home and implement into your program. But it's all about raising great kids, and I've been involved in this my whole life. I was born into an agriculture family. We raised club lambs when I was born. My dad was an ag teacher. My mom showed. We've all gone through the program, and there's nothing better, no better way to raise our kids than through showing livestock, and I mean that wholeheartedly. We've done sports, we've done rodeo, we've done it all, and stock showing is something that just hits us pretty hard. Great set of sheep out here. We'll go name our champion in reserve. Again, it's been an enjoyment being here, and I appreciate everybody's hospitality and your politeness, and these young kids have been great. Let's give them a nice round of applause one more time. We'll go name our champions.
To wrap up the night, our overall champion breeding ewe is Darcy Boucher, and our overall reserve champion breeding ewe is Celie Bledsoe. Congratulations.